Ah, shoot. Where's the game? Where'd the... Oh, there's the game. Can I use a controller with this? Oh yeah, we need some... We need the English. Can't hear you without my glasses. No. I don't want it to be too dark. My time? Alright, game. It is 9. Oh, fine. Jeez. It's 9. No. 9:35. Let's go. Okay. Oh, alright. Cool. Things in high. There. Accessibility. Alright, yeah. Alright. Kinda hear the game. I can hear them coughing. Cool. Alright, let's get this started.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Oh yeah?
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee.
Hold on just a second. We're gonna turn it down just a little. Okay, there we go.
Number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year.
Hopefully you got paid well.
Others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley.
Oh.
Something he would never quite forget.
Oh yeah?
He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Oh. I see. Alright. I feel so small. I can't open my door. What? Hope I didn't need to go back in there.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Okay.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way. Stanley clicked on literally every single door in the office because he doesn't pick up well on cues from his environment.
Oh shit! Oh no! I know. Oh okay. All right, good. What happened here? Knock the mug over. I hate Mondays. Garfield here? I didn't know he was an employee. What's in there?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Uh-huh.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Oh, broom closet.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
Alright.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Oh, it's fancy up here. Huh. Oh no, mirrors don't work. Oh, it's locked. Wow, that's nice in here.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him?
Oh no,
What
the
he could
same
not have
piece of
known
land.
was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number. 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Boss man, what you been doing? Hello? It got dark fast. Alright, goodbye life I had.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him?
Don't
This
stop
question
coming.
would not go unanswered for long.
Whoa.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
I see. But there's an escape sign. Hmm. Oh, it's so dark in here. Oh god.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens.
Oh.
What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
What, isn't he number like 472? Okay. Alright.
This
A lot of
mind
button
control
pushing.
facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
There's a lot of buttons in here. A lot of colored buttons. The end?
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over?
Huh?
Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him. For it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking.
He's like, I'm just gonna leave.
Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Nice. Wow, guys, I beat the game. Now what?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
We're gonna get back there, and we're gonna turn on the machine.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
And no, we're gonna go push that button this time.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk.
There's no
pulling
papers.
Books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation. But his attention was caught by a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could its purpose be? In fact, this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct
It's so
code
dark in
by
here.
sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Where are we going? What are we doing?
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
It did. Boop.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Hey, no problem, Friendcore. Sorry it took me so long. I was wanting to make it for a
Now
minute
the
there, and
monitors
it just
jumped to life,
got so
their
busy.
true nature revealed. Each bore the
How you
number
been?
of an
How you doing?
employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Boop.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No.
Going through.
He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was
No, I wasn't having a
unthinkable.
hard time. It just
Wasn't
took a minute to make.
Was it even possible? Had he
I was
truly
like, I
spent
got
his
so
entire
busy, and I'm
life
like, I gotta
utterly
make that video for
blind
him. I
to the
keep
world?
forgetting. Like, it's only gonna take me, like, no more than 30 minutes.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls
Yeah.
labeled with emotions.
Yeah,
happy
Doc got it
or
for
sad
me.
or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the
Oh.
cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he
Well-
would dismantle the controls once and for all.
I have turned it off already, so I guess we're gonna turn it on this time? Boop, boop.
Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you
But
want
I've
to
already
throw my
done that.
story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system.
Oh,
In the
jeez.
event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are said to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes. Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley?
Oh,
It's
jeez.
your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes
Oh
when
no,
I
the
tell it,
narrator
I simply
deleted
let you
them.
sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone.
Oh, you don't have
Other
to do that,
times,
dude.
I let the office sink into the ground.
You're okay.
swallowing
You don't have to
everyone
repost
inside,
it if you don't
or I
want
let
to.
it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though. This version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock.
Oh,
Why
shit.
not?
Okay.
These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is?
Oh, it's got intense.
Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble. This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock.
Oh no.
That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No,
I have no
just
idea
you
what the hell I'm
being blown to
doing.
pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count, or don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever
All right. I had no fucking idea what I was doing. That was great. It sucked because I felt like I could have figured it out. It just felt like I didn't have enough time, or I didn't know what I was looking for.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley
No, it's
decided
funny
go
to
the
hear the
meeting
narrator
room.
just
Perhaps
kind of
he had
go
simply
like,
missed a memo.
"Oh, Stanley, you think you're gonna win?" And I was like, "Huh?" And then,
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door.
alright, we're gonna get back down there again, and we're gonna go the other way.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go
Yeah,
up to his
that was
boss's
kind of funny.
office.
I liked
Hoping
it.
he might coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. The moment he entered his manager's office, Stanley froze in his tracks. Not a living soul anywhere. Could he really be all alone? Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
Alright. He didn't like how fast I was moving.
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened
Dark.
passageway.
Okay. Alright, we're going back down. I'm pretty sure I saw an escape sign last time. Might as well. Alright. Let's go.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
I went that way already. Let's go this way. Back here.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
Oh, geez. Not ready.
The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
Oh, is it just a hole?
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
Bye-bye. Bye, narrator.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws.
What?
In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
Oh.
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish?
Where am I going now? Hello?
When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
There is only one defined path. Stanley never had a choice. Like a museum. Oh. The credits? What? Where the fuck am I? War zone. There's a war zone? Alien base. Huh. Okay. Neat, I guess. The apartment timer. What's this? What? Confusion ending? The vent? What about this? What? Oh. So depending. Okay. Alright. What's this? The button. I press it. Hmm. A lot of levers. Escape menu? What's back here? Dark back here. Trailers? Where am I? It's like a development room. Oh, the elevator. Oh, hi. Oh, that. This is the other side. Oh, it is the other side. What's back here? Hello?
And finally, he pushed the number 9. Stanley pushed the number 6.
Hmm. Stanley pressed the shift button, thinking that he actually could run when he is very exhausted. Sign says exit. It's office. Or the office? Is a lot of offices. I think I've seen everything in here. Neat, I guess? It's kind of cool. Second narrator was better. She was nice. Freedom ending. Hmm.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free. Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen.
Hmm.
But listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path.
Oh. Okay.
This is the story of a man named...
Back to it.
All of his co-workers were gone.
We're gonna go down the
What could it
stairs this
mean?
time.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
A door
When
did
Stanley
open
came to a
back
set of
then.
two
Maybe I
open
could go do
doors,
that.
He entered the door on his left.
Memory
Yet
plays
there was
in my
not a
favor.
single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might
Let's go
find coming
down.
to a
What's down
staircase.
here?
Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Hello? Oh, it's so red down here. Like a parking
But
garage.
Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All
Uh-huh.
of my co-workers
Reminds me of the
blinking
back room.
mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all. None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down?
Oh
Why
no.
did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what
Dream
relief
ending.
Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground.
Ah.
Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep,
It's
he doesn't
room
have to take
after room
responsibility
after
for
room
himself?
after room.
Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back.
Oh, yes, my bed.
the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over.
Yeah, it's boring.
Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job. All I
And
want
my
is
cat,
my life
and my
exactly
dog.
the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay.
Uh-oh.
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just
Everything's
someone tell me
turning
I'm
red.
real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black.
Oof.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
What the fuck?
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and
Oh
walked to
no!
her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy, this much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and
That is funny.
seeing this man made her feel better.
She's like,
Then
you
she
know
remembered
what?
the meeting
This
she had
dead guy
scheduled for that
definitely
day,
makes
with
me
very
feel better
important
about my
people
life.
whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
Why did she run? She didn't call anybody. Bro, I was trapped in that purgatory. It sucked.
All
Never
of his
go back
co-workers
down
were
the
gone.
stairs.
What
There's
could it
nothing
mean?
there for me.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors,
Alright,
he
I
entered
gotta
the
get
door
all
on
the
his
way
left.
back.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Just like making sure I check. There are like rooms I can go in. I'm like, I don't know why I can go in them. You know, this game feels equivalent to like Portal, but not entirely. Can't see out the windows.
Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the
What?
keypad, Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway. Quelle surprise.
Anything back here? I didn't even have to push the buttons that time. You took away my only joy. My joy of pushing buttons. How could you rob that from me?
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Alright, I escaped before I
Although
finished
this
this.
passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
I have accepted this death.
The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
Ooh. I'm strapped in.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. So he resigned and willingly accepted this violent
What's
end
in front of
to
me
his
though?
brief and
There was
shabby
no
life.
other. There's no other ones after
Farewell,
it.
Stanley.
Bye bye.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws.
Second
In a
narrator.
single visceral instant,
Hi.
Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing
Ouch.
him instantly.
Oof, my bones. Ooh. Okay.
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
Oh, so the button ending became something else? Can't jump. What? Wasn't trying to jump though.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free.
Yeah.
Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not.
I'll let the
Sometimes
story
these
play
things
through
cannot
this
be
time.
seen.
I escaped. Didn't change
Listen to me.
anything.
You can still save those two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let...
Aw, geez, back again. Wait a minute.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
That was weird. Where'd all my offices go?
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, his boss's
Hey,
office,
thank you for the
hoping he
follow.
might come
Sword
into a staircase,
Dancer or
Stanley
Dracer.
walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Sword Racer. Thank you. I appreciate it. How you doing? Welcome to the stream. The door's
There's
open.
the door, just go.
What? But I like pushing the buttons. He hasn't been getting happy with me coming this way so many times. Hi, transitioning. Oh. Oh, welcome. Nice to meet you. Happy to have you here. You are welcome and a part of the community.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
No, I went...
The lights rose on an enormous room packed
You
with
mean witch
television
as in
screens.
like a regular
What horrible
witch?
secret did this
Like
place
like
hold?
like
Stanley
a
thought
Halloween
to
witch?
himself. Did he have the strength?
Is that, or
to
did you
find
mean
out?
witch as in WHICH? Do you practice magic?
Now the monitors jump to life, their true nature revealed.
I was making sure I
Each
read
bore
that
the
right.
number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Boop. Hey,
This
it's
mind
Doc.
control facility, it was too
Ah,
horrible to
I
believe
see.
it couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his
Interesting.
emotions had
I think
been
I've only ever really met
manipulated to
one person
accept
who
him
practiced
blindly?
magic in witchcraft.
No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control?
Is this the
Never.
first time you've
It
played
was
Stanley?
unthinkable.
This stream
Wasn't
is
it?
the first time
Was
I've
it
played
even
it.
possible?
I've kind of
Had he
ran through the
truly
game a couple
spent
of
his
times
entire
already.
life utterly
Narrator
blind
seems to
the
not like me
world?
doing stuff. Hydrate. Alrighty. Give me 1 second. He's probably gonna be like, oh, and then Stanley stood there for like 20 minutes because he didn't want to do anything. And I just needed to go get a drink. I'm about to get this on my Xbox. Ooh, nice. Hopefully the game has achievements on the Xbox. Alright, sorry, I'm back. The confusion ending. I saw it referenced when I went into this, like, developer room, and yeah.
But here was the
I
proof.
died in
The
here
heart
because
of
I
the
couldn't figure out the
operation.
whole button thing.
Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content, walking,
I am gonna go
eating,
through that
working,
door this time.
all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery
Yeah, the
would
narrator
never
removed
again
all the
exert its
offices
terrible-
from me. He's like, go
Oh,
ahead, just I
Stanley,
know what you're gonna do
you didn't
anyway.
just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control?
That door, the one with the
Stanley,
red light on it. That's the one I
help
want to
your
go
effort, I
through
really
this
do.
time.
But you need to understand.
It opened last
there's
time.
only so
Can you
much
tell
that
you how to
machine
get
can
that
do.
ending?
You were
Which
supposed to
the
let it
confusion
go,
one?
turn the controls off and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the
Thank you
power
for the
think
stretch
you
and
do.
drink,
For example,
Frankfurt.
and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated,
I'm not
without
asking for
proper
opening on
DNA
any endings right now,
identification,
since
nuclear
this is
detonators
my
are
first
set
time
to
ever
explode,
playing the game.
eliminating the entire complex.
So I haven't
How long
even
until
gone through the
detonation
right
then?
door at all.
Let's
I've only
say,
gone left.
2 minutes.
I went into the
now
broom
this is
closet. I
making
didn't know it
a
was
little
an
more fun,
ending.
isn't it, Stanley?
Here, I want to go in
It's
here.
your time to shine. You are the
No,
star.
oh my God,
your
it's so
story
fast.
now. Shape it to your
Dude, that's
heart's
not
desires. Oh, this is
Open
much
the door,
better
I
than
wanna
what
go
had
in that
mind.
room.
What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start.
I don't know what
What's
buttons
that?
they want me to push here.
You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened
You
to
want me
you.
to push number
I
4?
erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone.
I am so
Other times,
confused.
I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though.
This one?
This version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested
This
away
one.
from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock, why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it
a bunch
off?
of, what are you playing?
And
I'm playing on PC.
Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? But you really believe there's an answer? How many times will you replay this?
I have
bit,
3
looking
attempts
desperately for a
remaining.
solution? 10, 100, 1,000? I look forward to finding out and to
I don't
watching
know
the
what
bomb
they
go off
mean.
each time you fail. Just you and me in the retching explosion of fire and metal over and over and over for all of eternity. And Stanley died again. And Stanley died again. And Stanley died again.
There's a door
Take a
up
look
there.
at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here, just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully?
This room
Another
confused me
choice.
last time.
Make it count, or don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke.
I'm gonna stay
And
down.
believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever up.
It was funny this time, it was funny last time. Hey, I'm back in the office.
Already this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in,
There's
that
no
he would
solution
never leave
there?
it again in his life. When
Alright.
Stanley came to a set of two
I'm
open
gonna
doors, he
get through
entered
that
the
door
on
this
his
time.
left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief,
This one?
Stanley decided to go up to... Oh no, not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time.
I don't know, I came in here last time and he's like, it's just a broom closet. Guess I'm just gonna mind my business in here. I like it in here. It's nice. It's comfy. I got my tools, my mop bucket. Sucks there's no faucet in here. I at least have water. Can't see anything on the top shelf. I'm not tall enough. I gave up on that a long time ago. I get the broom. I take the broom. Already seen. Oh. Yeah, okay. I didn't feel like an ending. I just kind of went in there.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Yeah, I've literally just.
Here's the door, just go.
Yeah, he see? See? So mean. It's a mind
Stanley
control
walked straight ahead through the
facility.
large door that read Mind Control Facility.
I'm gonna push some buttons. And to say, I have still not have gone through the right
The
door.
lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens.
Let me in.
What horrible secret did this place hold?
Let me in.
Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building.
Look at all these
Stanley's
rooms.
co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
That's a lot of employees.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
Hey, what's that? What is that? Can I push it again?
No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never.
What?
It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions.
I'm going in that room.
Or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terror. Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go. Turn the controls off and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes. Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires.
I smell a door.
This is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are?
Wait, but why didn't it open this time?
A moment of solace before you're obliterated. All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock, why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room
So
was
that door,
capable
I
of
can't
turning
ever
it
go
off?
through that door,
I mean, look
and
at
I
you,
can't ever press
running
any of
from
the
button
buttons
to
in here to
button,
do anything.
screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won, sold?
I see.
Do you have any
That's
idea
disappointing.
what
It
your
has an
purpose in this place
opportunity
is?
to do something if you
But you really
took the
believe there's an
time.
answer? How many times will you replay this bit, looking desperately for a solution? 10? 100? 1,000? I look forward to finding out and to watching the bomb go off each time you fail. Just you and me and the retching explosion of fire and metal over and over and over for all of eternity. And Stanley died again.
Hi.
And Stanley died again. And Stanley died again. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here, just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count, or don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever after.
Wait, why is my office blue?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
The whiteboard ending. The whiteboard ending. Neat. Oh, dog bone. I am now dog. Pork, pork. Pork, pork. Pork.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Pork, pork. Well, I felt like I've gone to the right, the left so much.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Pork. Pork, pork. I am dog. Pork, pork. Pork, 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 pork.
Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Oh, this is the maintenance room.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Aw, I can't park no more.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here, it's, left.
More. Forward.
Oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake.
Forward.
No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please? Now, let's see. We went down, right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Are you sure? Alright. Hey, wait a minute, I've been in here.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning.
No, I like
And
my
this time,
barking.
suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
Ah. Damn.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley... Wait.
What?
What? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be...
There's so many
Oh, did
doors.
something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere, or... Hold on.
I can still bark.
I'm asking you. I'm the one who wrote the story. Right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure.
Oh.
Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
Okay, please go that way. There's chairs in the way. I'm gonna go this way. Hello? Oh no, I'm stuck in the back rooms. Help! Help, I'm lost. I keep barking. I'm stuck in the back rooms. Please, somebody help me. No. Oh no, this is bad. I can't even keep
I'll
track
say
of
it.
where I'm
This is the
going.
worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before.
Help, I'm stuck in the
Do we have
back
to restart the game
rooms.
again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting
There's
over and
no
over again. But
numbers.
it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
Aww. I can still bark.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Okay, yep, it's worse. I might
Help!
be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
Alright. Where did all the numbers go? That one has number. That one does too. Help! I'm lost. Hey, that door's open. I go through there.
Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes.
Wait. Help.
No, wait. Never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
Huh?
Now this... Well, I'll be honest. I don't recognize this place at all.
I'm
Is this the
getting
story?
lost.
I don't think so.
All I
can't
could
quite
do is
recall, but I
bark.
believe my story took place in an office building.
This
Is
is
that
why we
correct?
don't go right.
Do you
Help.
remember, Stanley? Well, do you know
Help,
what?
I'm lost.
Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed
Oh
to be doing, how
no.
about this? You win! Congratulations!
Oh shit. Not what I wanted to do.
Buzz.
There we
I
go.
know you put in a lot
F12.
of hard work, and it really paid off. So, good job. Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations.
That's it.
I'm
I'm
getting
angry.
weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
Oh my god. The Stanley Parable adventure line. I can still bark.
All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable adventure line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
Hey, wait, this line goes somewhere else. Fork, 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 fork. Oh, most of the endings are through the right door. I didn't know this.
You see, the line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me. Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right? Okay, now if my experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office, is this office in fact the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct?
Brought me back.
Hang on, that got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize.
Making sure I don't go down the stairs this time.
You know what? I think what we need right
gotta make
now
sure I go up
is
the
a bit of
wall.
music to lighten the mood.
Yep. Oh, they're going. Ah, music. Kind of caught me off guard. Help. Everything got loud and annoying. What is going on? Help. Hey, what's back here? Oh no, my god. I'm so lost. Help. What? Wait, what? I'm confused. What? What is this hallway? Oh, it's a void hallway. It's a shortcut.
Got the music?
Yeah, it got a little annoying.
Look at that fern.
The fern? This thing?
Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story.
All right.
Make sure you study it closely.
The TARDIS somewhere. Call the doctor. They lost it again.
You won't want to miss anything.
All right. Keeping an eye on this plant. Aw, riveting gameplay, guys. Alright, I spent enough time on that plant. Oh shoot, the plant needs bark back. Hey, you, plant. Alright, cool.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No, no, no. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this
What
ringing a
story?
bell?
Help, I'm lost. I'm stuck in the back rooms. It's okay, I got a drink, so we're all good. Hey, no, we're here again.
Line, how could you have done this to us?
Where's
After we trusted you,
234?
after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
Ah,
You know what, Stanley? I say forget
Hey.
the adventure line. What's it ever done
Oh,
for
no,
us?
that's
We're
four-
intelligent people,
4-3.
right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
okay.
Now, yes, this is exciting. Just
There's
me and
nothing
Stanley
back here and
forging
I'm
a
getting
new
creeped
path,
out.
A new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you
Help.
want our story to be? Go wild. Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it. Oh, no, not
Oh
you
no,
again.
the line.
Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
Oh, the narrator's actually telling me to ignore the line. Okay. The line has been ignored. Whoa!
Ah, a choice. We get
Oh
to make a decision.
no.
From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay. So I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits.
Hey, I see. Confusion ending.
Oh, hold up, what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget?
No, I didn't even realize.
My
Oh, I
mind
mean,
goes
like, I was
blank
going right
simply
so
because
many
it's written
times,
here
but
on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be.
game restarts
I
on
don't
its
want it to
own.
be.
Follow the line
I don't
again.
want the
Begin
game to
following
keep
the line. Follow
restarting.
the
I don't want to
identical
forget
replica
what's
of the
going on.
office and begin
I don't want to be trapped
attempt to
like
make
this.
up a story
I won't
here.
restart the game.
Narrate,
I won't
restart.
do it. I won't do it. I won't do it.
Like this, find a
And
bookstore.
the timer stopped. Does that mean did we do it?
After
Did
a
we
long
break the
time,
cycle?
Stanley dies.
The
Oh.
whatever it is that made this schedule. How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen?
Oh shit, we're in the middle.
So, okay. I guess now we just wait, you know.
No,
I
you're
suppose
supposed to
in some
restart
way
it.
that this is a kind of story, wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination.
Narrator,
So
it says
I
right
hope
there in
that's
the
where
middle.
we
You
are
need to
right
restart the
now.
game. We
We'll
found the
find out, won't
schedule.
we? Eventually.
We're
Well,
only,
in the
we're not even.
meantime, if you... All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
New content?
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
I like new content. Who updated the game? Ooh. Oh yeah, new content.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh.
As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over.
Uh-huh.
Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
I like
Oh,
new
well,
content.
this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Alright. Wait, didn't we just go in like a circle? Okay.
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
I do like stuff. Let's have some fun. Why is the elevator not moving?
Is it broken?
Yeah, I
What's
think it's
going
broken.
on here? Should we be moving
Can't bark.
somewhere? Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last,
Not
it's
fair,
on to the
game.
new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
He's excited. He actually is like, finally, story. Help. Stuck. I didn't like the back rooms. They scared me.
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
Yay. Content? What's in here? New content.
All
The
right.
jump circle.
All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
Oh, cool. I can jump. Whoa. Oh, I don't want to run out of jumps. There's probably not much for me to do after I do. Okay. But I want to jump. Are you telling me I can't?
Is that it?
Tell me I
Surely
can't
that's
jump
not
more?
all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
My jumps.
Goodness, another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping.
We haven't
Is this
even
what
done
passes
much.
for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Yeah, I could counter 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh wait, there's more. Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it.
Narrator.
I'm ready for whatever it is. That's it? You've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy
I can't
video
complain
game
about
developers
spending
with
money
no
on this,
respect
but
for
I
their
just think
fan
it's
base rush
funny.
a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar.
Oof.
And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together
Hey,
like always.
I don't know.
What do you say, friend?
$25 to jump? Oh no, the office is so far away.
Psst! Stanley! Come over here! In the vent! I want to show you something!
Hello?
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it
Yeah,
got
it
me
was pretty
thinking
boring.
about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just
Whoa.
our little
So what the
secret.
fuck?
Take a look. I call it the Memory Zone.
Memory
It's where I've been
zone?
storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
Wow. Memory zone. It's like the other development
You see,
room.
Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was
Indie
sullied
box
with a cheap
collectors.
re-release?
Looks cool.
Remember back in October of 2013 when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
Money. Oh. Hey, I got that ending. That was a good ending.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no
Aww.
games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
Oh no. Not that. Oh, I mean, I haven't really explored much else. Like, I just kind of walked in here. The original. What's down here? Maintenance. Ooh, development. The room. Another one.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com.
Ah,
The Stanley
GameSpot.
Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding
Architecture.
choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
But how? The serious room. You can't get in the serious room. But I want it in the serious room. I should have kept my jumps.
These were simpler times, Stanley. What I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before.
Steam?
What's this? What's down here? Oh no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews.
Oh
from
no, the Steam
the online
reviews.
video game distributor. I haven't
They're
looked
gonna
at
say
these
it's a
in
nothing
years.
game.
I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here.
They're gonna
Surely
say it
these
was a
reviews were
waste of
glowing as well,
time.
weren't they?
They're gonna say it's not even worth it. Oh no.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound
Oh my
philosophical
God, there's
insights,
so
I can't
many
even
Steam
imagine where I'd have
reviews.
the room to stick them.
What even is out here? God, jeez. Oh God, no.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley, I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did, but maybe it wasn't. Oh dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my
Well, you
otherwise
can't have the good
unimpeachable
without
track
the bad,
record. I feel
Mr. Narrator.
like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
Oh, jeez. I'm already down here. What's this one sitting in the water?
What's this one got to say?
Wow,
You
2014.
constantly have to stop doing anything so
Hey,
the narrator
Chris.
can
Welcome to
catch
the
up with
stream.
his long-winded explanations of what's happening.
Well,
I wish
how you
there was
doing
a
today?
skip button. A skip button.
But they added a skip
Well,
button.
Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customers.
Oh,
yes,
another
a
door.
skip button we shall have.
Ah. Yeah, I know that feeling. I'm tired as usual, too. Hopefully your weekend's been going alright, though. Happy to have you out here. I can entertain you in some shape or form.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No, 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 no. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people. And if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable... Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games.
Ah, I
Of course,
see.
I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations.
Go back there.
Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise. Or maybe a manifesto. Look, I'll outline it for you very briefly. Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. Oh, I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this. Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about. Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours.
I can see the clock.
You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone. Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back.
The lights.
Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week.
Has it? What? The lights are out.
I've been sitting here all that time, just sitting here, not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening. Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time, I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year?
Oh,
jeez. Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret.
Mr. Narrator, I'm sorry.
Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past.
Died ages ago.
And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment I have ever experienced my entire life. All of them collapsed down into a single instant.
How do you talk straight for so long? Hey, Pyro. Oh shit, the clock fell. That was making that noise? Oh no, the fire alarm's going off. Or, I think that's what it is? Cookies are done. What? Oh yeah. They get the cookies out of the oven.
But they didn't understand the game
Oh.
was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability. It's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley Parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen. The most immediate desires, every single thing demanded by every person at every moment in time. If someone wants it, then it's a crime not to bring it into being. Have we been given to indulging every fleeting whim for no reason other than to do so?
Okay, Mr. Narrator,
yes.
you've been carrying on for a year and a half now. How did the clock fall anyway? I've walked around this room so many damn times. I hear dripping. Oh.
The end is never the end, 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 is never the end,
Haha.
the end is never the end.
The end is never the end. Oh, there's so much water coming in. That's what happens when they remove doors on me. Oh my god! Oh yeah, I forgot. Well, with all the water leaking in, so makes sense. Oh no, the plant! My plant! Alright. Oh shit, sunlight! Help! I've been in here forever. Here, flies. Skip button though. Skip button, what you doing? Oh wow! Pretty. Things are growing. Nature's coming back. It's taking over. Now it feels like Portal. Oh no, what happened? Okay. Oh no, things are getting creepy. Whoa. The button doesn't work anymore. Oh no! There isn't anything left! Ah! What happened? No! Oh god! No! Is this it? Is this the end? Oh, just, I guess I go. Oh. The end is never the end, is never the end, is never the end.
All of his co-workers were gone.
Wow,
What
I'm
could it
finally
mean?
back.
Stanley decided to go to
That
the meeting room.
was long.
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Alright. The end
Oh,
is
good.
never
You
loading.
notice my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
We're gonna go on in again. The end is Stan Vagellion. Nice one. The end is never the end, is never the end, is never the end.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be.
Well, we didn't
The
really do
original
much
Stanley
except what you
Parable
wanted
was
to
a
do,
landmark,
so...
and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the
Minecraft?
first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Holy shit! Whoa.
Yes, you see,
The end
this
is
far
never the
superior
end
to a
is
measly
again.
re-release with a few minor
What?
additions. Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel, an entirely new experience.
The investor
built from the
showcase?
ground up.
Aw,
Why there's
yeah.
so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
I would say a deluxe version usually is pretty much a sequel. There's so much new content, that's how you can always tell.
Just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think?
Whoa.
Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean?
Yeah, what does that
But
even
the
mean?
Stanley Parable 2. Now
Can I get my
that's an
bark back?
artistic statement
Bark,
right
bark, 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 bark.
It's
Ooh.
future-oriented. It screams progress and
I like how this looks,
innovation and long-term franchising potential.
That looks dumb. Thanks for attending my meeting. Left their cube laptop. That's cool. Yes, the plant. Work, 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 work. That's a cool logo. Oh, it'd be cool if it was
Now, to be
two-player.
clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting
That would be a
concepts,
good one too.
that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them.
The Stanley
It'll all
Parable
work itself
2.
out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific.
Sequels
or
are
logical,
good.
really.
Portal 2, Half-Life 2, Batman Arkham Asylum 2, City, Divinity Origin Sin 2, Doom 2, Aladdin 2, Return of Dark Souls 2, Aladdin 2, Return of... That is a terrible, terrible, terrible movie. Ooh, new features. The new content bus. Oh, do I get... is this a photo op? Am I gonna get my picture taken? Whoa.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
There's so much... Oh, merch. I do like merch. The button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. Hear your name in the game. The button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. So what, is it going to say Stanley? It does look
For
really
the Stanley
nice.
Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer
Yeah, Aladdin
is
2
that they
is
want to
terrible.
be
Most Disney
individually
sequel movies
recognized and
from the
validated as
90s
people.
that are animated
So
are
with that in
absolutely
mind, my first
garbage.
addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
It's going to say my name? Would it read like my Steam? I think it's just going to say Stanley, but it'd be kind of cool if it read my Steam name and kind of like text box. Jim?
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is.
Ah.
Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath.
I am
Clear your
Jim.
mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim.
I am now
I
Jim.
want you to imagine yourself living
What
as
would Jim do?
Sleeping and waking as Jim. Falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim. Seizing all of the world's possibilities. Jim. Whoa, hold on. I wasn't finished setting up the backstory. If you don't properly roleplay as Jim, then you'll never understand the impact of this button. Otherwise, it's just a stupid button that says somebody else's name.
Yeah, that's what it felt like,
we're doing
right?
it again, and this time let me finish first. Now,
Probably look
allow
at the
yourself to
camera and
become
make a
Jim.
face.
Imagine yourself driving to work as Jim.
Jim.
All right, fine, whatever. It's just a meaningless button that says Jim. Are you
I like
happy
the
now?
Jim
Get out of
button.
here. I'm done with this button. Why don't you go
Damn.
humiliate me in front of a different feature that I worked very hard on?
Come on, let me press the Jim button one more. Jim.
See, if you
Jim.
only played
Jim.
along, that would have been your name the button says. Instead, I can't even think about it. I'm taking
This
the
is
Jim
way better
button
than the
away.
skip button. Hey, wait, I want the Jim button. Hey, that's not fair. I like pressing the Jim button. How you gonna take away a thing that made people like the game? Do these say Jim? Dumb. I wanted to push the Jim button more.
Maybe I'll only let people named Jim play the Stanley Parable 2. They would appreciate what I've created here.
What's in here? This back room? The epilogue? No, I don't want to go to the epilogue. Please no screenshots. But I've already been taking like a bunch, so. Here I go, taking screenshots. The baby is all grown up. Did you just take a bunch of 24 screenshots per second? Well, I don't want to go that way yet. Wait, a free and an easy achievement? Wait a minute. Hold on. I like those. I can't believe it was that simple. Bro, I like free and an easy achievements. Free achievement. Get yours right now. Pull the lever, receive your new achievement. No more steps. It just works. Get yours right now.
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever,
Bendy?
and when you pull it,
In the ink
achievement
machine?
will be given to you. It's as simple as that.
Hello? What is this? Oh. This is my new home, behind the machine. Alright. Wait, why are there other words on this? Alright. Boop!
Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel.
Stanley
To at
in the
last satisfy
achievement
hordes of
machine. I'm
ravenous
fucking
fans all
dying
over the
right
world
now.
who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Pull the lever, Crunk. Come on. Come on, work. I want my free achievement. Come on, this thing's gotta work. Oh wait, does it go the other way? Damn. How's he gonna leave it broken still?
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Alright. Wait. The jump circle, bro. Oh, I ran out of jumps.
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's a... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle?
Yes.
Oh, well.
Can't
I
add
suppose
more?
it can just be a nice decorative piece, then.
But the jumps, I used them all. They only gave me 36. Let's see, why is it labeled this way? This is terrible labeling. Alright, so, I pressed the gym button. I got my free achievement. I already did the jump circle. What else was out here? Choice. It's all about choice. What's near? No screenshots.
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Get well someday. Oh. Happy 12th birthday, step-niece. Get well someday. Oh no. Happy 12th birthday.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Get
That
well
one.
Someday it is.
Yes, I knew it. The opposite is exactly what I wanted. Oh, it looks good. You did a fine job,
Oh,
narrator.
actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my
No,
decision.
no
We're
second
moving on.
guessing. No, no second guessing. Get well someday because it's less demanding. Yeah, but I was celebrating my step-niece's 12th birthday. It's in here.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable
hi.
was that it was confusing
Bucket.
and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy
The
to say that
reassurance
after much
bucket.
consideration, I've engineered a clever solution.
I do not feel
to this
comfortable.
fundamental problem
The
with
bucket's
game.
gone.
It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket.
It's not
You see,
here.
Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart.
I'm not
It's true.
at ease. The bucket's not here. Okay, there it is.
The many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable.
Whew,
will
man,
feel
finally it's
perfectly
back.
normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to
Yeah,
be honest,
let me have the bucket.
it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution.
I mean, yeah, the
Come
bucket
on,
does help.
Give it a try.
Yes. Gimme.
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort.
All right, thanks for
even in
hanging
the
out,
face of
Sword.
crushing
Happy to have you
despair,
here. Thanks
must
for the
already
follow
be
too.
sweeping through your
Hey,
body. And in fact,
I'm gonna interrupt the narrator in the middle of his whole process. It just do this, but you're welcome to join the Discord. Come on out. We have fun. We do some stuff. Happy to have you there.
can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well?
Does
I
it?
think that
The
just
bucket
holding
kind of
it
laughed at
has
me,
made
and I
you
didn't
the
like it.
slightest bit more attractive as a person. The
I knew
benefits
this
of the
bucket
seem
was
to go on and
perfect.
on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
Hell yeah. The
Does
button that
anyone give
says
out awards
gym.
for most enjoyable bucket in a video game?
He changed the
That really
sign.
should be an award if it isn't already.
First time seeing Stanley hold something. You heard Jim in the game. Oh yeah, so does it say, can I press the button again? Not the evil laughs. Oh, no. He didn't bring the button back. Only I could press the Jim button one more time. Be really satisfied. Alright, I got my reassurance bucket. We're all good. Wait, what else is back here? The jumps are... Okay, so we need to see the infinite hole. Sucks I couldn't get that achievement. Wait, what's it? Oh yeah, that's just no screenshot. Oh. My brain is craving the Jim button like an addiction. I know. It was so satisfying. Like, Jim. Oh, it's the hole.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
Uh-huh. I don't know if I should go down the infinite hole yet. Unless it's broken.
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
Oh, okay.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
Nice. Yeah, at least I have my bucket. Because it keeps me reassured that everything's okay. Just to know that nothing will ever go wrong. We're gonna go get a check on that achievement again. Maybe it might work this time. Nope. Still doesn't seem to work. Dumb broken achievement. Alright, bucket, what now? Can you find them? Find what? Collect them all. Whoa, what the hell? My bucket! Oh.
Collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines.
Oh.
And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them.
Shit.
I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
Bucket better. The room of infinite wisdom. It goes on for infinity. Whole. As I'm like eating a snack. Is this what it's gonna be like when I find the statues? I got 1 of 6. Nice. He said it's not gonna mean anything, but at least I got one. That's what the
God, it
bucket's
really
for.
is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Is that it? Alrighty. Have fun with that. Thanks for hanging out, though. I got my collectible. And what's over here, though? The exit. I don't need to leave. I think I've seen everything. Except the epilogue. We're gonna go check that out. Epilogue.
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, yes, it will go at the end of the, well, we'll
The
figure
story.
that out later.
Nah, we don't have to check it later. Oh, I'm up here. Oh, the setting. Hmm. All right. Wow. Stanley Parable 2 has so much to offer.
All right, have you seen everything
Can I keep
you
my
wanted
bucket,
to?
though?
Ready to move on now?
Hi. No screenshots.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features?
I
'Cause
think they're
know It's not
okay.
exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience.
Oh.
Okay. Are you ready?
I
Here
want
it
the free
is.
achievement.
I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
Ooh.
I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2.
Ooh. There's
Who
2
am I kidding,
achievements.
Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game.
That's
I
what
wanted
everyone
fans
wants to do.
Love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take
We need
the
to go back
original
to the
Stanley
original,
Parable and
guys.
simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision
I would
and
like to jump,
integrity of the
though,
original
and keep
game.
my bucket.
Would it
And
possibly
get a
work?
gem button.
I suppose it could, but it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2." Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Wow. Alright, guys. Now I'm playing the Stanley Parable too.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company
The
in a big
balloons!
building where he was
Holy shit!
employee
Who would have
number
thought that they'd actually put the balloons in?
Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
Hell yeah.
And then one day, something very peculiar happened.
The Stanley
Something
Parable
that would
2
forever
happened.
change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or
The
even
fucking
say
balloons.
hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Alright. Ooh! The bucket!
Stanley picked up the bucket.
Alright, we're back in business. Alright.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Okay.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was where he'd find answers. Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy. It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh, no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, and it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends?
How good
that
is...
your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That your life is so
No.
banal and meaningless that you'd feel the same sort of kinship towards any inanimate object which happened to lay in your path in an even partially enticing
But the
manner?
bucket was
Well,
there
I'd
for me
never.
when I needed it.
Go on, Stanley. Lay into it. Really tell the broom closet off for its demeaning comments. Expand on the wide variety of
Bucket.
experiences you
I
and
swear
the
to
bucket have shared
goddamn
together.
God.
Go through each of them point by point. Share your journal entries detailing the rich
This
emotional
closet
landscape
can't
of your
have you.
feelings for the bucket,
You mean
as they have
everything to me.
changed and evolved over the years. Let him have it.
I hate you, closet. You ruined my
Okay,
life.
I've got you something which I think will help settle this debate once and for all.
Okay, good, because
Here
I can't
we
think
go.
of anything.
There.
Yes!
Now it's settled. No more debate, no more discussion. Take a hike, broom closet, with all your meandering philosophical diatribes about the nature of cleaning supplies and their relationship to broom closets in the natural order of things.
That's right. It's my bucket. It always will be.
All right, I've got a second sticker back here, and I'm going to slap it on as well because I think it's appropriate. You see,
Yes!
I feel that it works because the sticker is also a bucket. That way, if you're ever unsure whether the thing you're holding is a bucket or not, you can look down at this sticker and say to yourself, ah, it's a bucket. There really is a wide variety of applications for this sticker.
Am I gonna get another one?
You know what? I could take the name-calling and the dismissal of your kinship with the bucket, but now the broom closet is just giving us the silent treatment.
How
and to
good
be
it-
honest, I'm sick of the pettiness on display. You can stay here all you like, but I've had it with this impetulant room of cleaning supplies. Easily the most childish such room I've ever been in. I'll see you outside, and we can get on with the story about you and your bucket.
Oh, the narrator left the room. So it's just me, my bucket, and the closet. Alright, closet. What do you have to actually say about my bucket? Why do you want it so badly? Huh? Huh? You scared to say anything now that the narrator's gone? Huh? Huh? Well, you could just sit here and be a broom closet, and I'm just gonna go and do a story. We're just gonna live with that. Yeah. Thank you.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
Hey, alright. Man. Always need it. A collectible!
Found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
Money is the morning, money in the evening. Oh, money in the morning, money in the evening, money for breakfast, money crisp. What? What? Alright,
Stepping into
bucket.
his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, if
But
not
I
for
have the
soothing
reassurance
presence of the
bucket.
Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always.
Always.
The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845. But Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Oh shit, another collectible.
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands? Stanley figs.
Stanley
Or
things.
What about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like
Stanlerines?
that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Why did they just call them stanchoos? I don't know. I don't think you and that bucket have a healthy relationship. We do. The bucket has always been there for me.
The elevator raced
Since I've
downward,
started this
plummeting
game.
towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket.
The bucket was going to be
Soothing
in
him,
Stanley Parable
comforting
1.
him,
They just didn't have the
reassuring
time to
that
put
in
it
this darkest
in.
moment of uncertainty, he would be all right.
Absurd
The
is a
bucket
broom
here for you,
closet.
Stanley. Everything will be fine.
Of course he would say something about my bucket.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Alright. Still
The
keep
monitors
moving as
jumped to
usual.
life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears. As
No,
Stanley
bucket,
cradled
don't
it
cry.
gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
It's okay, bucket. We're all good. We'll get out of this mess.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do?
No.
What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place?
My closest
These
friend.
questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed
Yeah,
the
it couldn't
bucket
ever
tighter.
happen.
His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket.
Exactly.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against the world. They high-fived in a really cool way, and the bucket made a sassy comment about taking down the system. Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness.
Oh?
Was it over?
Is it finally over?
Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the
Wow.
tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine. Freedom was now mere moments away. Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door.
We're
The
gonna
bucket
be
wanted to
so
learn to
happy
roller
together,
skate.
bucket.
Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth.
What?
Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support.
And support.
What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed?
But it's like right
An
there.
unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave.
Oh no.
Even the
No.
facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth
The
of
building
bucket.
needed reassurance.
Less, not the
Oh
power of the
God.
bucket. No. Stanley can't leave this place. Not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms.
No.
Not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room. But at least he has the bucket.
It's dark.
To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, He was about to find out.
No. My bucket. No. Wait, what?
Good morning. Thank you for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation. We are confirming your shipment of 1,327 cardboard boxes to your place of work. Can you verify that this is correct? Excellent. Your order will arrive shortly. Thank you again for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation.
All right. Yes, bucket.
Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
All right, bucket, let's go.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Hey, bucket, I want to go show you a secret room. I thought it was kind of cool. I have to find them? Stairs, something to do with stairs. A large room, lots of boxes. Somewhere red and blue. Trust the completionist instinct. Red room. Well, these
Coming
have to
to a
do something with
staircase,
stairs.
Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the
Bucket,
boss's
we're gonna
office.
go down. Hey!
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you
Oh, a
think,
Figly would be
Stanley? What
great.
name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
Alright, cool. Neat. We're
But
gonna
Stanley
go this
just
way.
couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that
It's
risk?
okay, Bucket.
All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself,
Maybe I am
I am
crazy.
crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. And that's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket.
What?
Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all
What?
terribly wrong.
But it has
Surely
my name
no
on
good
it.
would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket.
It's gone.
Indeed. Now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now.
Oh, okay, cool.
To him.
That's awesome to hear.
Stanley, it's me, the bucket. Could it
Bucket?
truly be?
There's
He
buckets
rushed forward from
everywhere.
room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of
No.
them were his special bucket.
None of these are
Come to
mine.
me, Stanley. Find me.
Bucket!
He had to find the
Bucket!
bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity.
Where are
And
you?
then
I know you
suddenly,
have the
froze
stickers.
dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along.
What?
It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out. This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and
She
walked
has
to
a
her place
bucket
of
too.
work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk.
Bucket! No!
Right away, she knew what the problem was.
The man didn't have his
This
bucket.
man had
Yep.
no bucket.
Yep.
Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his
All I
bucket at home
needed.
in the first
That's
place.
all I ever needed
How
was my
cruel
bucket.
the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance.
See,
and
even
total
her
clarity
bucket
on
helps her
everything.
out.
Heck yes,
I
she
needed
thought to
my
herself,
bucket back.
My life kicks ass.
Couldn't do
And she
anything with
backflipped
it
all the way to
without
work.
it. There's papers everywhere. What the fuck? There's so many goddamn papers.
All of
Oh
his
yeah, the
co-workers had
boxes
gone.
came
What
in.
could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh, bucket. Hey, what's up,
The
bud?
confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket.
Alright, guys, there's a little too many boxes.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
One more thing I want to check over here. Alright, I gotta find all these figglies. What makes them float in the air? Who took these pictures? Red room, though.
Coming
Bucket.
to the staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding
The
him?
bucket did know.
Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
Alright, bucket, let's go. Mind control facility.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death.
Oh no.
The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
Ooh. Hello. Oh. Oh no, this is the end, bucket.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be.
Oh
To
no,
be
it was
sure,
all a
it
lie.
puts the mind and the
The
soul
bucket
at
is a
ease to
lie.
embrace the bucket. But what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death?
I know, right?
This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
Oh, bucket.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws.
Yes, the other
In a
narrator.
single visceral instant, the bucket's life came to an end as it was crushed violently to death.
No, I still have bucket.
It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious
sad.
bucket to behold.
The bucket got a memorandum. The bucket welcomes you to the exhibit. Let's go. Oh wow, the bucket has its own.
Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
The bucket with 2 handles. I've held those. The second handle is not worth the time. The Inferno bucket. Oh. The Stress bucket and Anatomy. Cave drawings.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
No, it meant everything to me. The hanging bucket.
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong.
Oh?
Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision.
The bucket was gonna take over the world. What? Oh, what? How even? Oh, all the boxes are gone.
A soft wind blew outside and perhaps rain started, and if it did, it stopped shortly after. Stanley hoped that he would one day see weather. Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home.
Okay, we don't have to worry about the boxes anymore. Alright, I think that's
Stanley
it.
clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
What's the back rooms? Scary, that's what they are. We're just gonna keep moving forward. I don't think I've been in here.
Said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
I don't think I've ever been in the cargo lift. Hey, there's a thing.
Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Bucket, there's a collectible over there.
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, "No buckets past this point." Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
Alright.
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket?
No.
Correct. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Oh.
Item 2. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Incorrect.
Oh,
It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
I see.
Item 3. Is this a bucket?
No.
Incorrect. This is a bucket. Item 4. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one.
Alright.
Is this a bucket?
No.
Incorrect. This is a bucket. Item 6. Is this a bucket?
Yes.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
Huh?
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere. Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something.
Nothing
and therefore
is a
nothing
bucket.
could
Bucket
possibly
is
be
something.
Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket?
Yes.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket
Got the
is?
narrator questioning
Am
life
I
now.
a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely.
No.
Okay, here we go.
Oh no.
What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... Except
Bucket
me.
ending.
I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And
All
we'll
right.
know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
Back again we are.
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself. That's all I need. If I can make it through this...
Bucket.
Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket.
You get that
around.
collectible.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this... No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there.
Oh,
Go to the cargo lift.
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines. Very soon,
Figler
you'll collect
and
the last
Marines.
one, and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us can.
Yeah, you don't lose collectibles, you only gain them. Mysterious vent? Oh. Tapes. Lot of tapes. What are you doing here? So now what, Bucket? Oh.
Okay, this is day number 295.
Document entry.
Tape number...
Connection
I don't
terminated.
even know.
I'm sorry, Elizabeth.
I've lost track.
Or even if you still remember that name.
Feels real anymore.
I've lured you all here with the sounds
I
and
study
creations.
This bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's
The tape
always
ending.
the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it.
Oh.
I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes.
Monetize the bucket? No.
It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there?
Bucket?
Caporata.
What? Hmm. Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. The good old bucket. Just Stanley and the bucket, off on another thrilling adventure together. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the
A
employee
red and
lounge
blue
was
room.
simply the
That's
place
where the
to
last
be.
one is.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than... No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
Guess we're gonna go. I don't want to set the confusion ending if bucket. Oh. Somewhere both red and blue. I just don't know what it means by that.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
You mean like the sign that said I can't have the bucket?
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
There is the normal endings and there are the bucket endings. Oh, I see. So the
Stanley and
bucket is
walked
there
straight ahead through the
and
large
I
door
can
with
grab
red
it.
Mind control facility.
And then whenever I grab the bucket, it changes the story to imply bucket stories.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered
Makes
to
sense.
themselves.
They're the endings, but with the bucket.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Oop.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket.
No,
He couldn't accept
bucket.
it. His own life in someone else's control. Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. the heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this... But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to
Oh
turn
no, the
on
bucket
the
pressed the
controls.
button.
Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How
Bucket,
could the bucket
no.
have betrayed him like this?
How could you?
Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds.
What?
Silly birds. The control buttons became active again.
Birds?
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible
The bird
discovery.
ending.
Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
Birds. Birds. Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Stanley felt lightheaded, butterflies in his stomach, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
So being
Stanley
here.
was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
And I jumped off
Look,
already.
Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side.
Oh.
Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. And there it is. The last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment.
I
This is
did.
doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward.
Yeah.
I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that. So, instead
No
I'll just
rewards
say,
allowed.
It's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
Have you done the click door? No, I have not. Red door?
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I want it to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you.
Okay.
What do we want? What are we looking for? Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. No, wait. Where are you going? Oh, no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this.
It's up here.
Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me. Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing.
You.
No! Oh, thank God. No, what are you doing, Stanley? Please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me. I can't go back to what I was before.
Oh,
if you
suicide
die, we'll
ending.
both go back. Why are you doing this?
See?
Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that? My God. Is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly? Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours.
My choice. Dead.
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
What? The balloons are gone. What?
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines. Those figglers.
I love the
I
figglers.
haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life?
Probably.
Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I
Oh.
would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
When Stanley found the collectibles.
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
Whoa, what? I have 7 now.
And here was a second Stanlerine. You found this one all on your own, just by poking around in the boss's bathroom. You did that, Stanley. I'll be honest. Back then, I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways. Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini Stan? Can you remember? Hey, that's exactly right. It was here, behind the boss's office. It was the third one. You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells
Hey, you remember
us
where
that
all
it's
the
impossible
collectibles
to
are at?
forget your third time doing anything. Let's see, what came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room.
No, we
Well,
didn't.
I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
I never found a collectible in here.
This was the fifth
jeez.
mini stand, and this one was really something special. It was in the warehouse. I remember it.
I would say
so
this would probably be
clearly.
the hardest one to
In
grab.
fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
Oh. What the fuck? You guys like fucking 2000s videos? Oh my god. Oh. Yeah. Oh, they should have did that. They should have made fun of like, oh, now Stanley wears something different. Instead of the blue shirt, he wears the green shirt. The narrator, he did everything. Best Boy, starring Stanley, copyrighted the narrator.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
Oh.
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here by the red and blue doors. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others.
Yeah, it was the last
Who
one.
can truly say how the mind works? All I know is
Wait,
that
can this
is
be
the
in a
moment
different
where
order if you
picked up a
collected them in
Figley
a
and
different
I thought
order?
to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
Oh. It's funny how I kind of collected them in the way the game wanted me
And
to.
then there was no more. Because we've caught up to the present
Hey,
moment.
it's-
Nothing left
it's
to
the
do
background.
but move onward into the future. Goodbye, memory zone.
It's something I just chose. I looked the most appealing to me.
No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
Alright.
Okay, yes, the room with the red and blue doors. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's
What was
keep
the
going.
last
I want
one?
more. And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched?
Yeah. Oh. Oh, the video's fast.
Yes, I love that video.
Oh, in the pink room.
Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room.
It's like a peach.
These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have neutered the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
Okay. Oh, man. Sorry. Give myself a drink real quick. Gotta love them background noises.
This was our second Figley. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too. The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going. This is it, the very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figurines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
Stanley Parable 2. The collectibles. The jump thing.
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then. But time does put a rosy filter on everything.
I used
In
all
fact,
my jumps,
I dare
though.
say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look how much fun the
Can I have more
past
back?
is. I want more.
I just want more jumps.
Memories.
Make the memory a jump. Oh yeah, people today always remembering everything. Ah,
Oh,
yes, the two doors.
Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one.
In my desk.
And before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office?
I don't remember.
I can remember. I can remember. Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy. And I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine
He is Stanley.
I had companions.
This is Stanley.
And Stanley really did make for a
Stanley is the
wonderful
narrator.
companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good.
Oh.
I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Bucket. I want bucket.
Where are we going today? The bucket asked. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top.
Wait a
There's
minute.
something up there I need you to do.
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching. Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself, that's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all. When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. And here it was, the lounge. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here.
Is the achievement
I'm not
machine
sure
anywhere out
really,
here?
I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful.
That sign,
Look,
if you
let me
never
prove it.
even
Let me
guessed
prove
it, that
I'm
sign
on
could have
your
even just been
side.
there from the
Give me
beginning.
a chance. Now listen carefully.
Oh,
this is
nothing.
important.
It's just the
Stanley
meeting room.
walked through the red door. Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door.
Oh, I see.
I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door. All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to
I just
find
wanna
out
see
what
what's in the
lies
blue
at the end
door.
of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing, because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me? You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what, let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin. Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here. Aha! You see, I knew I was onto something. Where do these flashes of inspiration come from? How did I know the game needed a third door? Well, it's
Another
instinct
door.
mostly.
Always.
A calling in your gut. I really couldn't say where the idea came from, except that I felt it in my soul. You can't teach that, Stanley. Don't even try. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look. Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please. Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it
Developer
some
mode.
playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours.
Okay.
So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective?
Alrighty.
Be sure to keep notes on your experience. You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me?
Oh my
If
god,
it's the latter,
really?
well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience.
How
for
would
me.
you even have the
I'm
time
not
to even
going
do
try.
it? The
I'm
timing
out.
is so
I'm out.
awkward.
I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game, just to ease the pain? Let's see. What do we have here? Yes.
Whose game are we
This
playing?
seems like it'll
We're gonna
work.
play
Let's
Mario.
give it a shot.
Oh,
Aha! Fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation? Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
hello. Someone made a script? Any stairs? Oh, stairs. I'm not sure. Firewatch. Oh, okay.
Oh no. No, it can't be. It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off.
What?
Oh, thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls. Okay, I think this will be just the thing.
Okay. Rocket League.
Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley,
Rocket
if you manage to
League.
get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed.
I don't want a free to play.
Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together? Yes, I think surely we must.
A touchdown.
Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
Do you play Rocket League? I played it a little bit back then, but not much anymore. Since it became free to play. Ooh, got faster.
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun? Is it better than my miserable little story that I
Oh,
worked
what?
so hard
Didn't even...
on? Hold on. What are you doing?
Whoa.
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
Oh, shit. Keep falling. Hello? Should've took a screenshot. Stanley, you ended up in a horror game. What a great and exciting moment for you. Aren't you ready to piss your pants? I'd be like, oh, jeez. No. Oh. Really? They use the offices from Half-Life as a base for Stanley Parable? That's cool. Oh, I don't really know. Oh.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it, down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon.
I always come back.
Very soon. I can wait.
The British voice too.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
You just run around checking everything again.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Oh, the narrator's room's right near
Oh,
me.
please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No. I can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition.
Come on. Come on.
I have to say, I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost certainly 50 clicks.
Open door.
No, I'm still not feeling it. I want this achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant effort. I want to see some hustle, Stanley. I want to see commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417? Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437. Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere. Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so.
Do-do-do-do-do.
Now, back to door number 437. Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine?
Copy machine?
All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere.
417?
Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk.
Ow. Oh, yeah, there's a... Hey. How? 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 How do I climb? Oh.
Yes! This is great! You're putting it all on the line, Stanley. I like that. All right, let's keep it up. Go give me a few clicks on door 416.
416?
We've almost got it! Now the copy machine, do that one again!
The copy machine? Not in here.
Finish it off, Stanley! 5 clicks on door 430! Yes! We did it! Oh, wow.
That achievement
That
looks
felt
cool.
Amazing. Oh, you really earned it, Stanley. Nothing could hold you back. Yes, I'm very proud of how far we've come today. Just think, only a few minutes ago, you believed an achievement was worth 5 little clicks. Really now, what were you thinking?
Every little step, I guess. Alright.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay.
I don't know.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley
See,
took the first open door.
I
on his
used to
left.
help a family member with a cleaning job in offices. Let me tell you, offices
Stanley was
without
so
people
bad
in
at
them
following
and at
directions,
night
it's
are really,
incredible he
really
wasn't
creepy.
fired years ago.
E-card?
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please,
Who?
stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
Who's her?
This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
There's nothing in here. Oh.
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this. To reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
Oh?
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Hi.
Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here.
Oh.
This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley. Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing
Oh,
of
no.
him, and every button that
The
he
narrator's
pushes
narrating
is a reminder
me.
of the inconsequential nature of his existence.
No.
Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do.
No.
Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life. But in his mind, he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful. And each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him. And so he began to fantasize about his own job.
What TV?
First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly.
Spend time with the boys.
So he went further. He imagined that he came to two open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold.
Prepare dinner.
As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible
Officer-
paths
what?
and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby.
Oh, God.
And he called it the Stanley Parable.
To tell my kids my story.
It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time. But there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one. And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
Well, no buttons to be pushed. No buttons here. Well, I guess it's best to continue this adventure before I have to end the stream.
You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself?
Mirror?
I suppose I can't, not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again.
Please
Stanley
die.
pushed a button. And I tried again. And Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
Is that it?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Maybe you have time for the canon ending. What do you mean canon ending?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay.
It was okay.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
I can unplug the phone
Stanley
from
was
the
so
wall.
bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Oh, you're okay, Francor. Phone.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. It was okay.
It was okay.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please,
I
stop
forgot
trying
about
to make
myself.
every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting. That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one. Oh, no, you can't. Did you just unplug the phone? No, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly? I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check. No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll credits. Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person.
Oh.
I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation?
I just thought it was a
I won't have that kind of
game.
risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world. Please observe this helpful instructional video.
Oh no, not another video. Oh,
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person.
Free
But
will,
if used
my
incorrectly,
favorite.
it can also be the most dangerous. For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice. He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people. Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read. Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack." Excellent. Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process. Most medical
My
professionals
goodness, it's
recommend making at
4:30.
least
I'm
8
supposed to get a
choices per
back
day.
sack and crack.
Do you make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Welcome
Oh,
back.
hi.
You may have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please.
Okay. Oh, they put fencing up.
Now that we know your choices are meaningful, we can't have you jumping off the platform and dying. Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story would make no sense at all. We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
Oh, they removed all the stuff. Okay.
Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world. Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late.
Oh no, the meta's catching up. I better hurry. The stream realized it's ending. I better go hurry quick. Oh no.
Oh, it's ruined. I can't believe, after everything we talked about, that my story, you've destroyed my work. Why? For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage? It's worthless. What am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever, reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I... No, I have to. I have to shut the game down. I have to. I have to.
He has to shut the game down. Oh. Whoa.
I'm here. I'm still here. Here in this pile of rubbish. With you. You. Who thought you were so clever. Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed. It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground. What, did you think that would be funny? You just had to see?
It was kind of funny.
Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley? He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it.
Damn.
That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That there's a world outside of you? You're a child.
Yes.
Oh, my story. If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard to make... behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Ooh. Unfortunately, I cannot continue the story. The story has to end. So, until next time, though, I will catch you guys later. I hope you enjoyed everything I did in the Stanley Parable too. Apologies that I have to end it so abruptly, but I have to end the stream. So, thank you to everybody who came out. Thank you to Sword Racer for the follow. I appreciate it. Thank you, Doc, for the game. It was fun. It was a good stream. I don't think I did everything, so thank you. I will. I'll have a good night. I am not sleeping though. I have other things I have to do, but it was a very enjoyable experience. Very different. At first, I was like, I was like, I don't want this. This kind of felt boring, and then the game was like, oh wait, there's all this other stuff, and I was like, oh okay, cool. So, but no, I had fun. It was good. I hope you guys have a good night, day, or whatever time it is for you. I love each and every one of you guys. It means a lot to me. So, with that, I'll catch you guys later. See ya.